of the inside, the contents and the inside of the bin. So looking from the top down.
Did you make any observations with regard to what, if anything, was in this bin?
Child's toys, and there was blood-like substance within the bin itself.
So zooming in now on the bottom right side, for instance, depicted, I've zoomed in, Your Honor, on what appears to be a Samsung telephone and a white object immediately to its right. Are you able to identify that?
Yes.
What observations did you make with regard to that?
It's a child's toy with blood-like substance on it.
And if I slide the photograph down further, was there other blood-like substances that were visible on items contained in this blue bin?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked State 78 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me whether you generally recognize what this is?
Yes, that's the underneath the kitchen sink.
And is this a picture obvious to the extent that, what is this in the foreground here where I am pointing, Your Honor, bottom left-hand part of the screen, there is appears to be a wooden door and something, a white object on it.
Yes, those are the child safety locks.
And prior to taking this picture, do you recall whether the child safety lock was engaged or disengaged?
They were engaged.
So in order to take this picture, did you have to disengage the child safety lock?
We did.
And at that point in time, did you take this photograph?
We did.
And had anything been removed or touched within this before taking this photograph?
It had not.
And I see a placard number 2 within this photograph. Can you tell me what that item is?
So placard number 2 indicates that there's evidence within the bucket, and we're showing an overall photograph of where we located the evidence.
Showing you State 79 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me what you recognize with this to be?
So that's a top-down view, overall view of the contents of the bucket.
And what was inside the bucket?
Wet rags.
And did you make any observation with regard to these wet rags?
Yes, they had a red blood-like substance on them.
Did you take any steps with regard to these rags?
We did. We removed them and documented them.
Were there other areas within the house where you also documented the presence of blood-like substances?
Yes.
And did you find any blood-like substances in the bedroom area?
No.
With regard to finishing in the interior, excuse me, in the interior of the house, did there come a point in time that you went outside and took any additional daylight exterior shots?
Yes.
No. Your Honor, there's 4 photographs there. No objection to the introduction.
Okay, thank you.
Have 1 second, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
No, I'm good, thanks. Apologize.
No apology needed. Thank you.
States These are getting pre-marked out of order, so showing you now states 48.
Attorney Stein, can we I just want to document the numbers to
Yeah,
which there was
sure.
no objections, and let me accept.
48, Your Honor, 49, 50, and 51.
So 48 through 51, no objection by Attorney Gavin Court will accept into evidence the state's exhibits as full. Thank you, Attorney
Thank you, Your
Stein.
Honor. So showing you Detective Duggan states 48 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me generally what you recognize this to be?
So that's an overall photograph of the windows, the bay windows that were in the kitchen. That's from the outside of the residence. That was taken from the outside of the residence.
And are you able, zooming in on the center, does that accurately reflect the position of the window at the time that the police entered this property?
It does.
And with regard to '49 as a full exhibit, can you tell me whether you generally recognize what this is?
I do. That's an exterior view of the apartment.
And I want to bring your attention to the upper portion of this photograph. Do you see something on the roof that you were photographing?
I do.
And what do you see?
The open skylight.
And going to states 50 is a full exhibit. Do you recognize what this is?
It's a close-up view of the open skylight.
And are you able to, first of all, is it a fair and accurate representation of the position of the skylight at the time of your investigation?
Yes.
And you mentioned earlier where is this skylight with relationship to the house? What room does it enter into?
It's in the bathroom, in the area of the shower and tub.
And you indicated that you found some leaf debris in the bathtub. Do you recall saying that?
I do.
And zooming in on this photograph, just to the left of the skylight, are you able to see any material just immediately to the left of the skylight?
A leaf and other debris.
And finally, states 51 is a full exhibit. Can you generally identify what this is?
Yes, that's an overall view of the decedent's car parked out on Myrtle Ave.
At some point in time, did you become aware that there was some significance to this car?
I did.
And again, in the upper left-hand portion of the car, is that 6.5 Myrtle Ave, I'm sorry, in the back left corner of the photograph directly behind the car.
It is.
And to the extent, is this 6 Myrtle Ave depicted in this photograph as well, immediately to the right of 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes.
Now, Detective Duggan, did there come a point in time where you withdraw? Evidence that you identified by placards, any physical evidence that you collected. Once you collected it, what did you do with it?
We collected it, documented it, and at the conclusion of scene processing, turned it over to detectives from the Ansonia Police Department.
All right. So, and let's just take one item. Let's just take item 8, the blood swab. When you take that, how is something packaged to be given to the Ansonia Police Department?
So it's packaged accordingly, and it's sealed up. I initialed the seal, basically showing that I'm the last one or the only one that's entered the evidence into piece of packaging. An evidence label is placed on it. Again, that has the case number, date and time of seizure, who seized it, which would have been me, and a brief description of the evidence seized.
Is there a corresponding placard number that it may correspond to from within your scene?
Yes, the placard number would match the evidence label number.
And are you aware, once you turn it over to, in this case, Ansonia PD, do they put a corresponding label on it?
They do.
And is that the last contact that you would have in this scenario with a particular piece of evidence?
Yes.
Now, after you completed your activities at 6.5 Myrtle, were you asked, or was Central District Major Crime asked to participate in any other evidentiary collection for the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes.
Did you become aware that the Ansonia Police Department had obtained a search and seizure warrant for what they call a body warrant for Jose Morales?
I had.
And did they ask you to participate in that process?
They did.
And where did that occur?
At the Ansonia Police Department.
And do you recall approximately when that occurred?
At the conclusion of scene processing.
So you immediately went from 6.5 to the Ansonia Police Department?
I did.
Your
Your Honor,
There's 3 photographs I've been,
66, 67, 68 pre-marked. Your Honor, 3 photographs involved in the body warrant.
and no objection to the introduction.
All right, thank you, Attorney Gavin. All right, so with no objection, court will go ahead and enter into evidence states 66, 67, and 68. Thank you, Attorney Stein.
First of all, showing you what has been marked as state 66 as a full exhibit, do you generally recognize what this is?
I do.
What do you recognize this to be?
That's an overall photograph of Mr. Morales.
And did you either take this photograph or present when it was taken?
I was present when it was taken.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of how Mr. Morales appeared on December the 3rd of 2019?
It was.
And showing you what has been marked as states 67 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me, do you generally recognize what this is?
I do. That's a picture of a bruise on his chest.
And zooming in on it, would that be fair to say that that is under his right chest area?
Yes.
And as further as part of this warrant that had been obtained by the Ansonia Police Department, did it authorize you to obtain a sample of Mr. Morales' genetic material?
It did.
And is there a process that you would go through in order to obtain his genetic material?
There is.
And can you explain that process to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So it's called a Buccal swab, and basically you swab the interior portion of a person's mouth.
And once you swab it, what, if anything, do you do with it?
You take the swabbings, you package it accordingly, and seal it all up.
And again, did you perform that task with regard to Mr. Morales?
I did.
Did you, in fact, place the swab in his mouth and obtain a sample of his genetic material on that swab?
I did.
And did you package it in accordance with what you just explained, having secured that swab?
I did.
Did you ultimately seal and turn that over to the Ansonia Police Department?
I did.
Showing you what has been marked state 68 as a full exhibit, can you tell me, do you generally recognize what this is?
That's an overall view of the Buccal swab and the packaging that I placed it in.
So first of all, zooming in on the right side of the image to the right, Your Honor, of the manila envelope, can you tell us what are we seeing here?
That's a picture of the Buccal swab.
And again, there's writing that appears to be at least visible on the portion that is outside the envelope. Can you tell us who placed that writing there?
That's probably from the lab technicians.
Okay. And with regard then to the sticker, do you see an evidence sticker on this envelope?
So there's two stickers on that envelope. The one above it is the evidence sticker that I placed on it, and the evidence sticker below it is the one that the lab puts on it.
And does it appear to be for the buccal swab that you took from Mr. Morales on December the 3rd of 2019?
It does.
Your Honor, I've just showed to counsel again pre-marked, so out of order of introduction, states 52 through state 62, and my understanding is there's no objection from the defense.
No objection to the introduction of those as full exhibits, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney Gavin. So with no objection, the court will go ahead and accept into evidence states exhibits 52 through 62 photographs.
So we know to this point, Detective Duggan, that you processed 6.5 Myrtle Ave, and subsequent to that, then you went and did a body warrant at Ansonia PD on Mr. Morales.
Correct.
At some point in time, did you provide further assistance to the Ansonia Police Department?
We did.
And do you recall when that was?
The following day,
So would that now be December the 4th?
December 4th, correct.
And what was requested from you?
Ansonia Police had seized 2 vehicles in connection to the case, and they asked us, State Police, to process the 2 vehicles for them.
And did you do that?
I did.
And where were the vehicles located when you processed them?
The vehicles were towed to Troop I in Bethany.
And is that where you processed them?
Correct.
Showing you has been marked states 52 is a full exhibit. Can you generally tell me, if I focus it, can you generally tell me what you recognize that to be?
That's Mr. Morales' vehicle.
Specifically, are we looking at a gold color Mazda Protege?
I believe so.
I'm sorry,
Nissan.
Sentra.
Yes, Nissan Sentra.
And would this be the driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Showing you 53 is a full exhibit. Can you tell me if you generally recognize what that is?
That's a same vehicle, and that's a passenger side view.
Showing you, well, before I leave that photograph, did there come a point in time where you examined the interior of this car?
We did.
Did you note whether there was a child safety seat or a child seat anywhere in that vehicle?
There was no child seat present.
you states 54 as a full exhibit. Can you generally recognize what this is?
That's the same vehicle. That's just a view of the rear of the vehicle.
And I'm going to zoom in on the muffler tailpipe area. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the condition of the muffler or the tailpipe at the time that you took this photograph?
It is.
Does it appear to be hanging substantially low below the car?
It does.
Did there come a point in time where you went not only into the interior portion of the car, but into the trunk of the car?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked states 55 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me generally what you recognize this to be?
That's an overall view of the contents of the trunk of the vehicle.
And specifically, we can see two placards in this video. Let's start only with placard number 24 for the moment. What is denoted by placard number 24?
So 24 is the black contractor's style trash bag within the trunk of the vehicle.
And from the outside, were you able to make any observations with regard to that black contractor bag in the trunk of the car?
Yes, several areas of blood-like substance were noted to be on the exterior portion of the bag.
Now, with regard to placard number 25, what is that depicting?
Number 25 is going to be a swab, which is going to be a collection of the blood-like substance on the exterior of the trash bag.
And is this a general overview as it existed in the trunk?
Yes.
I'm going to show you first closer to placard state 56, closer to placard number 24, and I'm going to zoom in a bit. Can you tell me what we are looking at here?
Those are some of the areas of blood-like substance on the exterior of the trash bag.
So specifically, going to zoom in on at least that item there. Is that what you are referring to?
Yes.
And for the record, Your Honor, there appears to be a red blood-like substance immediately to the right of placard number 24 on the bag.
Thank you.
Were there other similar observations on the exterior of the bag?
Several areas similar to that one were located on the exterior of the bag.
57 is a full exhibit. Can you generally identify what we are looking at here?
More areas on the exterior of the bag with blood-like substance on them.
And again, zooming in on the one on the upper portion of the bag, or the photograph rather, is that what you're referring to?
I am.
Showing you 58 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me whether, do you generally recognize what we are looking at here?
So number 25 is an evidence stanchion, and number 25 was a swab of the collection of the blood-like substance on the exterior of the bag. So 25 just shows an area where we swabbed the bag of.
Showing you, is this the area which you were referring to?
Yes.
Wait 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Showing you 59 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me, do you generally recognize what we are seeing here?
I do. So that's the interior or inner portion of the contractor's bag, number 24, that was found in the trunk of the vehicle.
And there appears to be areas, multiple areas around the bag of a red blood-like substance. Did you make those observations?
I did.
And again, is this a generally fair and accurate representation of how they appeared?
Yes.
State 60 is a full exhibit. Again, can you generally recognize what we are seeing here?
Yes, so that's the inside of the trash bag, number 24. And basically, I believe that's number 28. I'm having trouble reading it.
Yeah. The machine is okay.
But that's a collection, a swab, a collection of the blood-like substance within the interior of the trash bag. The evidence stanchion or evidence sticker just shows the area of where we took the sample from.
Okay. And again, you took a sample of some of this blood-like substance from within the bag?
Yes.
And did you do it, well, first of all, did you do any testing on this prior, at that time?
Prior to the swabs on the exterior and interior portion being taken, we performed a presumptive blood test, which tested positive for the presence of blood.
And ultimately, the sample that you took from sample 28, do you know what portion of the bag that was?
28 was the interior portion of the bag.
Okay. And when you took the sample, was it in substantially the same manner in which you've previously indicated to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you collected blood-like substance samples?
It is.
And ultimately, having obtained that sample, what did you do with it?
We obtained the sample, we collected it, we packaged it accordingly, and eventually transferred it over to the Ansonia Police Department.
States 61, generally, can you tell me what you recognize this to be?
That's an overall photograph of the trash bag found within the trunk of the vehicle.
Clearly, it's been removed from the trunk of the vehicle. At this point, what was the purpose of having done this?
We were seizing the trash bag.
And again, showing you now states 62 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me what you recognize this to be?
So I see two evidence labels on there. The top evidence label is from the state police. And again, that shows our case number, date and time that it was seized, a description of the item, where it was seized from, and who it was seized by. The number 24 indicates what number evidence item it is. And then below that is the Ansonia Police Department label, which is similar to ours.
And does this label seem to correspond to the contractor-style trash bag, black in color with blood-like staining that was seized from the trunk of that Nissan Sentra?
It does.
States 63, 64, 65.
Your Honor, I just had an opportunity to see Exhibit 63, 64, 65. I have no objection to them being introduced as a full exhibit.
All right, thank you, Attorney Gavin. With no objection, court will go ahead and accept into evidence states 63, 64, and 65.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to states, in addition to the Nissan Sentra that you processed, did you process any other vehicles at that time for the Sunday Police Department?
We did.
And what other vehicle did you process?
The decedent's vehicle.
And can you generally describe that vehicle?
It was a black in color Ford Focus.
Showing you what has been marked as states 63 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me, do you generally recognize what this is?
I do. That's an overall view of the exterior of the driver's side of the vehicle.
States 64.
Same vehicle, overall view of the passenger side of the vehicle.
And again, 65. Can you tell me generally what you recognize this to be?
Same vehicle. That's an interior portion of the rear passenger seat area of the vehicle.
Now, I asked you previously whether you had detected a child's safety seat or a child's seat in the back of the Nissan Sentra. Did you locate a child safety seat at all in the back of the black Ford Focus?
We did not.
I want to call your attention Your Honor, may Attorney Gavin and I just be heard sidebar briefly?
Certainly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move into our morning recess. Court will be in recess for the next
Yeah, just
15
go.
minutes. Thank you. Court's in recess.
So rather than
Your Honor.
Good morning, everyone. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, at the appropriate time, I just want to indicate the state just showed us a series of pictures starting at number 80 all the way through 106.
I'm sorry, 80 what?
80 was the first exhibit,
Yes.
all the way through 106.
Yes.
That was just marked, and I have no objection to any of those being full exhibits.
All right, thank you, Attorney Gavin, I appreciate that.
I'll say that in front of the jury if you want, or I just want you to know.
Okay, great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, you can go ahead and sit down.
Okay.
Thank you. Once again, I'll remind you, remain under the obligation of your oath.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, we'll bring the jury in. Welcome back. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of all jurors.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, all 14, thank you.
All right, Attorney Stein,
Thank you. May I continue?
you may.
Detective Duggan, just before the break, we were discussing the processing of 2 automobiles. Do you recall that?
I do.
And I believe that you indicated that that was December the 4th of 2019, the time that you processed those vehicles.
It was.
Did there come a point in time following the processing of those vehicles that you once again became involved in this case at the request of the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes.
And do you recall when that was?
December 5th.
Would that have been the next day, now Thursday, December the 5th?
Yes.
And where...
Attorney Stein, before, I'm sorry, I just see you moving towards the Elmo. Before we do that, why don't we take care of moving those photos into evidence as full exhibits in the presence of the jury?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
So, over the break, I pre-marked exhibits 80 through 106 as a series of photographs that the defense has had an opportunity to review, and my understanding, they have no objection to the photographs.
Attorney Gavin?
That's correct, no objection.
Thank you. So the court will go ahead with no objection, and I will accept into evidence states exhibits 80 through 106 consecutively and inclusively. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, so we're now on Thursday, December the 5th of 2019. Where was your assistance requested at?
At the Kiducation Center in Hamden, Connecticut.
And did you respond to that location with other members of Central District Major Crime?
Yes.
And when you arrived at that location, were you made aware of plastic bags of items that they requested you to process?
Yes.
And did there come a point in time where, did you photograph the location of the plastic bags when you arrived?
Yes.
And do you recall where they were?
Yes.
And where were they?
They were in storage bins within the facility.
And at some point in time, did you remove those plastic bags from the bins?
We did.
And what did you do with the contents?
We sorted them out on the ground.
And did you just put them right on the surface of the ground of the warehouse?
No, we laid out butcher block paper and placed the items onto the butcher block paper.
And as you placed items on butcher block paper, did you give any corresponding markings to them?
We did.
And can you just describe that process?
Basically, we looked through the items, and any items with a blood-like substance on them, we tagged and identified as evidence.
And I realize you don't have your report from you. I mean, are we talking 1, 5, 10? Just give us a rough number.
Several.
Okay.
I'm just going to show you a series of photos. I don't want to spend a lot of time on some of them, but is it fair to say that each one of these would be an item that you identified containing a red blood-like substance?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as States 80 as a full exhibit, can you tell me generally what you recognize this to be?
Kids' toys.
And did you, is there some placard numbers that are visible in this area?
Yes, in the left-hand side of the photograph.
And am I seeing placard 47?
You are.
And again, does it appear, zooming in for instance on a blue block at the bottom, does that appear to be a red blood-like substance?
It does.
And there is a white object to its right. Does that appear to have a red blood-like substance on it?
It does.
I want to call your attention. Did you make an observation with regard to, does this appear to be a child's medication?
It does.
Cough syrup for mucus, is that what this appears to be?
Yes.
Together, I'm looking, Your Honor, at zoomed in on a plastic bag with a bottle of Zarbee's cough syrup and a spoon that appeared to be in a cellophane bag. Immediately to its left, do you see what appear to be components of a child's bottle?
I do.
Together with an item with the initials DM on it.
Yes.
And again, a wicker basket that is present also in the photograph containing books and a child, what looks like to be a ring toss component. Does this also appear to have a red blood-like substance on it?
Yes.
States 81, can you tell me generally what you recognize this to be? I'll rotate it for you.
It's a child's book and a collection of mail.
And is this placard 48?
It is.
And again, is this mail, did this come out of those Kiducation bags?
It did.
And does it appear to be addressed to Christine Marie Holloway at the bottom right?
It does.
And other mail addressed to Christine Holloway?
It does.
And again, not a lot of time, I'm going to go through these quick. States 82. Appear to be some type of a stuffed animal. You've identified it as placard 57.
Yes.
Does it appear to have a red blood-like substance on it?
Yes.
States 83. You've identified it as placard number 59. Can you tell me again, did you denote red blood-like substance on the face of this bag?
Yes.
States 84. Appears to be placard number 66. And again, what does this appear to be to you?
Some type of kid's device.
Does it say Pampers on it? If I focus it for you?
I believe it looks like a wipes container.
States 85. Again, your placard number 67. What does this appear to be to you?
Two kids' toys with a blood-like substance on them.
States 86. What do you recognize this to be?
An article of clothing with blood-like substance on it.
Correspond to your placard number 75.
Yes.
States 87. Again, what do you recognize this to be?
An article of clothing with blood-like substance on it.
Zooming in on what would be the right shoulder of the garment. Is that what you are referring to?
Yes.
States 88. Again, what you generally recognize this to be?
An article of clothing with blood-like substance on it.
Again, zooming in on the right side of the garment at the bottom. Is that the blood-like substance that you are referencing?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked States 89 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me generally, do you recognize what this is?
Yes, it's a days off request slip from the decedent.
All right, so now, stopping here for a second, I want to show you this. Is this an item that you recovered out of the Kiducation bin?
It is.
And I want to show you an item that has been previously marked and placed before the jury by another witness, Rosie Clark, as States 2. Does this appear to be the same item?
It does.
And so, is it fair to say that the States 2, which was identified by Ms. Clark, is the photograph taken by Connecticut State Police Major Crime of a document that came out of the Kiducation bags?
Yes.
Showing you States 90 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me, do you generally recognize what this is?
I do. It's an article of clothing with a blood-like substance on it.
And again, zooming in on what would be the right shoulder and right sleeve area of this garment, are those the suspected blood-like substances
Yes.
that you were referring to? State 63 as a full exhibit. Can you indicate for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we are looking at here?
63 is a plastic bag.
I'm sorry,
to
my
interrupt.
mistake, Your Honor.
Thank
I'm sorry.
you.
91, it's Exhibit 91,
Thank you.
referencing placard 63.
Thank you.
What do you recognize this to be?
It's a plastic bag, clear plastic bag containing several items.
And did you open this plastic bag?
We did.
Showing you States 92 as a full exhibit, can you tell me, do you generally recognize what this appears to be?
That's a white towel with several areas of blood-like staining on it, and that was found within the clear plastic bag.
I'm just going to rotate this around a little bit and zoom in. Is this one of the areas of the red blood-like substance that you identified?
It is.
I want to show you what has been previously introduced by another witness as States 19, and tell me, does this appear to be that same item in a closer picture?
It does.
And would this have been a picture taken by Major Crime?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as States 93 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me if you recognize what this is?
Yes, that's a Diaper genie device, and there's several areas of blood-like staining on the exterior of the device.
Well, would be a fair assessment to say it looks like virtually covered in a blood-like substance.
Yes,
And was this within the plastic bags within the Kiducation bins?
it was.
States 94 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me generally what you recognize this to be?
It's an article of clothing with blood-like substance on it.
Can you just, did you denote any more specificity about this T-shirt, its size?
It's a large shirt.
Would you report, would you have denoted on your evidence sheet?
Sorry?
Detective Duggan, at the time that you are performing these tasks, are you writing reports commensurate with the activities that you're engaged in?
Yes,
And it is now almost certainly 5.5 years since this incident. With regard to what size this item is, do you have an independent recollection of what size that garment was?
I do not recall.
And is that information that you believe that you would have put in your report?
Yes,
And if you had an opportunity to review your report from 2019, do you believe that that would refresh your recollection?
it would.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
You may.
I'm going to zoom in. What placard number did you assign this shirt?
73.
Now, again, not to read from this report, but only to refresh your recollection with regard to item number 73. Do you acknowledge if it refreshes your recollection as the size? Well, that's a yes or no. Has
Yes.
it refreshed your recollection?
Yes,
I've removed the report from the witness, Your Honor. Having refreshed your recollection, Detective Duggan, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what size garment that was?
3 extra large.
And ultimately, with regard to this particular item, once you photographed it, what would you do with it?
Once we photographed it and documented it, we would package it accordingly and turn it over to the Ansonia Police Department.
Showing you states 95. Can you tell me whether you recognize what that is?
That's the packaging that the shirt was placed in by myself.
Does it correspond to placard number 73
It does.
and the black Hanes XXX with BLS, blood-like substance?
Yes,
And showing you states 96, is this the corresponding Ansonia label for the same item?
it is.
States 97, can you tell me, do you generally recognize what this is?
It's children's books.
And specifically, how about underneath the layer of books? Do you recognize the thing underneath the books?
Yes, there's a puzzle.
And did you collectively look originally at these as placard number 65?
Yes,
And what is depicted, what is of interest in this photograph?
located on the books and the puzzle is a significant amount of blood-like substance.
And then did you subsequently, with regard to the puzzle that was depicted in 65, and now showing you states 98, did you separate out the puzzle from the books that were covering it?
I did.
And is this placard 52?
It is.
And again, does this seem to depict a child's puzzle with a blood-like substance on it?
It is.
And with regard to the books that were depicted in the previous photographs and the puzzle showing you states 99, do you recognize what this is a photograph of?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That's an overall photograph of the puzzle and books and evidence packaging that those books and puzzle were placed in.
So again, is this the same puzzle that had previously been depicted?
Yes.
And with regard to the books, again, at least the two books, Bath Time and Bible Readers, 3 Stories in One, did these items have blood-like substances on them?
A significant amount of blood-like substance on them.
And were they packaged into, in the upper left-hand corner of the photograph, this evidence packaging?
Yes.
And does it have the corresponding labels for the Connecticut State Police as well as the Ansonia Police Department on it?
It does.
Showing you what has been marked as states 100. Do you generally recognize what these are?
Yes, it's a pair of shoes.
And do you recall there being a pair of sneakers within the Kiducation bins?
Yes.
And is this the corresponding label for placard number 70, which is size 8 Nike sneakers with a blood-like substance?
Yes.
Showing you states 101. Can you tell me what you generally recognize this to be?
A green T-shirt with blood-like substance on it.
Again, did this come out of the Kiducation bags?
It did.
And did you package this up as evidence under placard number 71?
I did.
And is this the corresponding label for this item?
It is.
And what did you identify this item to be?
Attorney Stein, could you just identify that
I'm sorry.
Exhibit?
Yep. Thank
Thank
you, Your Honor. 102.
Thank you.
It's a green Hanes T-shirt, size 3XL.
And did it contain anything that you noted on the garment?
Blood-like substance.
And again, back on 103, is that the blood-like substance that you are referencing on the front part of this garment?
It is.
Showing you what has been marked states 103. Is this again appear to be the packaging of this garment showing the Ansonia Police Department evidence sticker that corresponds to the same item?
Hold on, I think Attorney Gavin wants to be heard just for a moment.
I think you have the number off. I think it was, can you just check the evidence back,
103?
right? And the one before, right?
102.
I believe, I believe what happened, Attorney
I went
Gavin,
back to a
is he
photograph.
went back to the prior photograph of the green T-shirt, zoomed in, and then now we're on 103. Thank you.
for
You're
clarifying.
welcome.
Thank you.
Again, 103, does this appear to be the corresponding label for the Ansonia Police Department with regard to, again, the green Hanes t-shirt XXL with a blood-like substance?
Yes.
States 104, placard 51. Do you generally recognize what this is?
I do. It's a pink-colored croc with a blood-like substance on it. It's a shoe.
And zooming in on the, does this appear to be a shoe for a left foot?
It does. For a child.
Zooming in on this, does there appear to be a blood-like substance around the toe on the right side of the shoe and on the toe area of the shoe?
It does.
Does this appear to be, states 105, the corresponding label for placard number 51? Does this appear to be the label?
It does.
And again, does this correspond to pink croc shoe size 2-3 with a blood-like substance on it?
Yes.
And showing you states 106, does this appear to be the corresponding Ansonia Police Department label for, again, that same item, the pink croc size 2-3 with a blood-like substance on it?
It does.
And were all of these items that we have gone through subsequently turned over to the Ansonia Police Department?
They were.
I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Gavin.
Hi, Detective Duggan.
Morning.
Morning. How you doing? Almost afternoon. Sir, I just want to go through a few things with you. Did you do anything else in the course of the investigation other than what you told us in your testimony yesterday afternoon and this morning?
No.
Okay, so the last involvement that you had was up at Kiducation up in Hamden?
Yes.
Okay, and when you testified just now that you turned everything over to the Ansonia Police Department, was that all of the evidence that had been compiled by major crime?
By state police, yes.
Yeah, state police major crime.
State police major crime, yes.
Okay, all right. And who'd you turn that all over to?
Just various detectives.
Okay, of the Ansonia Police Department.
Yes.
Right, so none of the evidence that major crime state police collected was brought up to the lab for analysis, is that correct?
Not on behalf of state police.
That's right, yep. So you didn't take anything up to the crime lab up in Meriden for analysis?
I did not.
Okay, that's great. I'm going to start where we left off and just work our way backwards, okay?
Sure.
All right? So you went to Kiducation, and that was on Thursday, which would have been December 5th. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you got there, were other brother officers there?
There were.
Okay. Were the Hamden police there, for example?
They were.
Okay. And what had the Hamden police done upon your arrival?
Secured the scene.
Okay. And how did they do that, sir?
They roped off the area. They roped off the area and they ceased operations at the plant.
Okay. And there was crime scene tape perhaps in the middle of the warehouse?
There was.
Okay. And there were bins, rolling bins, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to go slow here so I understand. In these bins, were there bags that were in there?
There were.
Okay. And you and members of the state police went ahead and went through these bags, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was a variety of evidence. I think we saw probably 50 or 60 pieces of evidence that you went through, correct?
Correct.
And you were looking for a blood-like substance on these on these items for evidentiary purposes.
Correct.
Okay, great. Now, just take me slow. How many bins were there?
3.
3 bins, okay, and they all had multiple bags within them?
Correct.
Okay. The items that we just saw, and I don't care if it's the blocks or the puzzles or the T-shirts or the shoes, were they all contained within a one bag in each bin, or were they mixed in together? Just describe for me how it was that you found them.
Everything was mixed in together.
Okay. Tell me what cross-contamination means.
Cross-contamination means if you have one item within a package, it could contain blood-like substance, it could transfer to other packages
Sure.
or items.
Sure. And that's forensic science 101, correct?
Correct.
Right? Okay. So all these items are mixed in these bags, and they can touch one another, correct?
Correct.
And they can transfer the blood-like substance between them.
Correct.
Okay. And was that a concern of yours in regard to how you were marking the evidence and what the significance of the evidence was?
It was.
Okay. All right. And did you notate that in any of your reports?
I believe so.
Okay, great. Did you advise the Ansonia Police Department that you were concerned about cross-contamination?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the, do you remember a fellow named Detective Richard Esposito? Does that ring a bell?
I do.
Okay, do you know him?
Yeah.
Okay, and did you turn over evidence to Detective Esposito at some point?
I believe for Kiducation we did.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So the items that were in the bins were all mixed in together, and there's no question that you just testified that a variety of these items had BLS, blood-like substance on them.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Now, did you do that presumptive test on the blood-like stains that were found on the variety of items?
No,
Okay. At Kiducation, you did not?
I did not.
Okay, all right. So I'll ask you about back at 6.5 Myrtle in a second. How long were you over there at Kiducation?
A couple hours.
Okay. And were there other officers there with you?
There were.
Okay. And was Sergeant Ralph Soda there with you?
Yes.
Okay. And I want you to just tell me, and I think you did yesterday, but refresh my recollection. You were assigned as the lead investigator, were you not?
For the state police.
For the state police, yeah. All my questions are only about the state police.
Yes.
Not about Ansonia or Hamden or any other law enforcement agency.
No, I just want to make it clear that I didn't have any decision-making or investigative steps with the other departments, just the state police.
I agree with you 100%. Okay, so no problem. When major crime comes in, it's not unusual for other law enforcement agencies to step aside and let you do your work.
For the processing portion, yes.
Sure. Okay, and just tell us what you mean by the processing.
So basically, the state police would come in and we would document the scene or the evidence areas as we found it. And then we would collect the evidence and then we would turn it over to the corresponding police department for further review and analysis.
Sir, all of the photos that, I'm just going to talk about Kiducation now, okay? All the photos at Kiducation, you didn't take those photos, did you?
I did not.
Right, somebody else did. Okay.
Some part of my team did.
Okay, great. And really, if you look at all the evidence that was introduced between 6.5 Myrtle, the analysis of the 2 motor vehicles, and also Kiducation, you didn't take any of those photos.
I did not.
Okay, gotcha. So, you were there for a couple hours up at Kiducation. You were concerned with cross-contamination of the BLS, the blood-like stains on the items that you recovered.
Yes.
Okay. And once you turned them over to the Ansonia Police Department, you really had no involvement with this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. So let's just go back now to Wednesday on December 4th, if you would, for me. We had testimony that you had an opportunity to go ahead and examine with your team, not just you, with your team, the Nissan Sentra and the Ford Focus. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do in regard to that detail?
Documented the vehicles as I found them. We searched the vehicle, and any evidence that came out of the vehicle I would have seized and subsequently turned over to the Ansonia Police Department.
Okay. And just so we're clear, because we have those placards that are intertwined between the examination, you would have a state police evidence number, correct?
Correct.
right? That's what's on the placard. And that wouldn't necessarily correspond with what the Ansonia Police Department evidence number is. Is that fair?
Correct. They might be different.
So it could be separate and distinct, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. So you went, I think you told me you went to Truby and Bethany, is that correct?
Yes.
For the vehicles? Okay, and where were they located when you went there?
They were located in the garage.
Okay, and just describe for us, is there a big garage up there?
It's a big garage behind the barracks where we store evidence and vehicles.
Okay, good, terrific. And did you go up there with the team as well, or were you just by yourself?
With the team.
With the team, okay. And that's Farr and Conley and Weisner and Ralph Soda?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. And how long were you there?
All day.
All day, okay. So it took a long time to go through the vehicles?
It did.
Okay, gotcha. And was it still snowing out there on Wednesday, December 4th?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall when you got there whether or not the vehicles had snow on them?
They did not. They were inside.
They were inside, okay. But you can agree with me, the day before, when you were processing the scene at 6.5 Myrtle, it had been snowing that night into the following morning,
It had been.
right? And there was photographs of the vehicle with a lot of snow on it outside.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. So you went through the vehicles, and I think what you told us in regard to the vehicles was that you had first gone through the Nissan Sentra, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what evidence did you take from the Nissan Sentra?
I'd have to look at my evidence report, but several items of evidence.
Okay, let me see if I can help you out. I don't mean to confuse you and spend 5 years, but you had a black contractor's bag in the trunk of the car?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Do you recall, as you sit here right now, was there anything in the interior of the vehicle, the passenger seat, the driver's seat, or the rear seats of evidentiary value that you recall seizing?
Not that I recall seizing, but I do remember there was evidence from within the vehicle.
Okay, I'm sorry.
From within the vehicle, inside.
Okay, and I'm just talking about the Nissan Sentra now.
Yes.
Okay, all right, great. Now tell me, also the Ford Focus was there as well, correct?
It was.
Okay, and were you able to identify what that vehicle was?
Yes.
Okay, what vehicle was that?
That was the decedent's vehicle.
Right, Christine Holloway's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and was it registered to Christine Holloway?
I believe so.
Okay, but if you're not sure, just tell me.
No, I'm not sure.
Okay, you're doing the evidence review there. You didn't run the DMV registration check and all that stuff?
No.
Okay, great. So, did you find anything of evidentiary value in the Ford Focus, the Christine Holloway vehicle?
No.
Okay, and you said you were there for a couple hours?
Correct.
Okay, now I'm going to take you back one more day, okay? Back to 6.5 Myrtle, and that would have been Tuesday, December 3rd. So if I understand correctly, early in the morning of December 3rd, Major Crime was contacted by the Ansonia PD to come to 6.5 Myrtle. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think you would have staged yourself at one of the local barracks before you went over there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And was that because you were waiting for a search and seizure warrant, court permission to go ahead and search through the premises?
Correct.
Okay. And what time did you get to the wherever your staging area was?
I don't recall.
Okay. Early in the morning?
Early in the morning.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And other brother and sisters officers came with you there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your job was to go ahead and look for evidence at 6.5 Myrtle, correct?
Correct.
Right? And the exterior of the house, the interior of the house, anything of evidentiary value you were interested in. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But the reality is, when you receive permission, lawful authority via the execution of the search warrant to go in, Ansonia Police had already been in there,
Yes.
right? You know that when you went there, the front door was kicked in,
Yes.
right? And you know that Lieutenant Barrera and, or maybe you don't know their names. Excuse me, sorry about that. That was inartful. Are you aware that officers from Ansonia PD had already gone into the residence prior to your arrival?
I had.
Okay. Do you know who Lieutenant Barrera is?
I do not.
Okay. And how about Officer Nelson?
I do not.
Okay. So you don't know either one of them. When you arrived, did you see the front door was kicked in?
I did.
Okay. And were you advised what the observations were from the Ansonia police officers before you went in to go ahead and do your forensic testing
Yes.
and evidence collection as well, correct?
Yes.
You were aware that they went through the front door,
Yes.
right? You were aware that they went into the foyer area?
I was.
You were aware that they went into the kitchen area?
Yes.
You were aware that they went into the living room, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that they went into the bathroom?
Yes.
Both officers had been inside the house before you had an opportunity to go ahead and secure whatever evidence you thought was appropriate.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. I have no other questions. Appreciate your time.
Anything from the state?
Yes, sir. Detective Duggan, with regard to attorney, I'm sorry, can I just retrieve a photo, please?
Sorry.
Do you recall on cross moments ago, Detective Duggan, that Attorney Gavin was taking you through items that are commingled in some of the bags that were recovered from Kiducation?
Yes.
And he took you through a series of questions regarding transfer of the possibility of transfer from one item that has blood onto another item that has blood in the same bag.
Yes.
Which he referred to as cross-contamination, and which you had apparently denoted in a report to Detective Esposito. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Cross-contamination and transfer, are those synonymous words?
I believe they're different.
Okay. So cross-contamination, what is your understanding of what cross-contamination would be?
Cross-contamination would mean that, well, in my opinion, that an item was manipulated and transferred evidence to another item inadvertently or advertently.
Okay. And transfer, with regard to yesterday, I was showing you States 41, a body with blood in its hair that comes into contact with a wall such as this. And we had a series of objections yesterday, but with regard to did you describe this as a transfer?
That's a transfer.
Where something that has blood in it is transferred from one place to another?
Correct.
Attorney Gavin also asked you about your role as the lead investigator for the state police. I believe your testimony yesterday was the members of your team, consisting of, I believe it was a sergeant and 5 detectives there work together as a team. Was that your testimony yesterday?
Yes.
And you have described for us your role in that as processing items of evidentiary value that the team identifies.
Yes.
And Attorney Gavin asked you about, but you didn't take any of these photographs.
I did not.
Were those taken by other members of your team that you were working with?
They were, and I was present when those photographs were taken.
So did you have the opportunity to see all of these items that have been depicted in the various photographs with your own eyes in the places that the photos were depicted?
Yes.
Does your memory of any of these items in any way substantially different than any picture that we have seen?
Objection, Your Honor. What his memory is and what the evidence is are two different things. So the evidence speaks for itself. I object to the form of the question.
All right. The form of the question, I understand the question to be, does his memory as he sits here today depict what
Or is
as
different
the
than what
item
is
as
depicted in the
depicted in the
photograph?
photograph?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll allow it overruled.
No.
Now, on direct, I asked you about the contractor bag that was in the trunk of the Nissan Sentra. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Attorney Gavin asked you about other things that occurred in the interior of the car. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall whether you swabbed certain interior portions of the car?
Yes, we did.
Did you swab, for instance, the gear shifter knob and the brake and gas pedals?
Yes.
And based on your experience, would it be unusual, withdrawn, were you aware that the Nissan Sentra was registered to Jose Morales?
Yes.
Would it be unusual if a swab of a gear shifter or a brake pedal or a gas pedal, would it be unusual not to find DNA associated with the registered owner of the car on those items?
Objection to the form of the question. It calls for speculation. It's not relevant to this proceeding.
If he has the knowledge.
Do you have the knowledge? A car that is registered to somebody, would it be your expectation to find their DNA in the interior of the car?
Yes.
To the form of the question, the interior of the car is very, very broad. He's asking about a gear shift lever, a brake pad, a gas pedal. It could be panels, it could be windows, it could be roof.
These were all invited by direct,
Okay.
or cross rather.
First of all, the objection is overruled. Thank you. Speaking objection, be careful with that, Attorney Gavin and Attorney Stein, you may
Thank
proceed.
you. Once again, since there was an objection in the question, would it be unusual to find the registered owner's DNA on things such as a brake pedal, gas pedal, or gear shift knob?
I would expect to find it there.
And likewise, if a registered owner had a family, would it be unusual to find their DNA in the interior of a car, family members of a registered owner?
I would expect to find it there.
So simply because the Connecticut State Police takes swabs of things, does every swab you take necessarily have evidentiary value in a case?
No.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Attorney Gavin.
If you didn't find DNA in the registered owner's vehicle, would that cause you concern that the test was done correctly?
No.
Why is that?
It just might not pick it up.
Okay, so if we'll pick on me for a second. If you went out and swabbed my car that's registered to me that I use, and you swabbed the car and didn't find any DNA, that would not be unusual for you?
That would be unusual.
Thank you. No other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Attorney Stein?
Nothing further.
All right. You're all set. Thank you. may
Thank you,
exit
Your Honor.
this one. Attorney Stein, is the state ready to proceed with its?
Attorney Durso is going to call the next witness, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm going to
Attorney
select
Durso.
co-pilots.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State would call Jennifer Nelson to the stand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I do have some items.
Okay.
Show them to counsel.
Yeah, why don't you?
Madam.
Please step into the stand and remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to put you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So I hope you got her upon penalty of perjury.
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your business address for the record, please.
Sure. Jennifer Nelson, Nelson, 278 Colony Street, Meriden, Connecticut.
Okay,
Thank you. You may be seated.
Your Honor, should we approach for a second?
Yes. Give me one moment. Madam Clerk. So if you could keep your voice up.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. Again, can you tell us about your educational background?
Sure. I earned a bachelor's in forensic science with a biology concentration from the University of New Haven and a master's in forensic science with a biology concentration from the Pennsylvania State University.
Did you receive any specific training as it relates to forensic biology?
I did. I did a lot of hands-on training in earning those 2 degrees in forensic science. I also went through a 6-month training program in a previous position I held prior to the job that I have now. And then I went through a 2-month intensive training program to hold the position that I do today.
Tell us a little bit about your work before working at the state lab.
I was a criminalist at the New York City Office of Chief Medical Examiner's Forensic Biology Lab.
And have you issued forensic biology reports in the past?
I have, yes.
About how many have you issued in the past?
Hundreds,
How many examinations would you say you've conducted in your career?
thousands.
Have you ever testified before a court?
I have.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of forensic biology?
I have, yes.
About how many times?
13.
And in what courts have you testified?
Several, including New Haven, New Britain, New London, Danbury, Bridgeport, Hartford.
Have you ever testified outside the state before?
I have not.
Your Honor, I would offer this witness as an expert.
You may, did you wish to be heard or extend voir dire?
No objection, yeah.
All right, thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Nelson, could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is forensic biology?
Forensic biology is the use of biological procedures or principles that can be used as an application to matters of law, and when it comes to examining evidence in criminal cases.
And why is it important?
It's important because it can be used as an investigative tool to law enforcement with a chance of helping them determine the possible circumstances surrounding the commission of a crime.
Can you tell us what serological testing is?
Serological testing, as it applies to forensic biology, is just a way for us to test for the presence or possible presence of a body fluid on a particular item, and that would include blood, semen, or saliva.
And when you're testing for these items, are there controls that are used?
Yes, controls are used in all of the tests that we run.
And can you explain what those are?
Sure. A control is a known sample that is used to determine if the test is working properly. And this is important because if the test is not working properly, then we cannot use it with casework samples.
And how do you read the results when you run these tests?
Usually it's just a visual observation that we're making. Oftentimes it's a color change reaction that we're observing.
And what types of results do you get when you run these tests?
We can call something positive, negative, inconclusive, or failed.
Now, will the lab perform testing for the state or the defense? Anybody that asks you to run these tests?
Yes.
And can you please speak to how evidence is submitted to the lab?
Sure. A submitting agency will bring evidence to the laboratory's evidence receiving unit. At that time, the evidence is taken in and entered into the lab's internal computer system. At that time, it's going to be assigned a unique case number, and each item is going to be given what the lab refers to as a submission number. A barcode is then generated and printed and put on each of the items of evidence so that it can be scanned as it moves throughout the laboratory from person to person or from location to location.
So when somebody accesses that particular piece of evidence when it comes into the lab, they have to sign it out, so to speak?
Essentially, yes.
And the purpose of that is for what?
It's for the chain of custody so that it can remain accurate.
Now, did you perform testing in relation to evidence seized by the Connecticut State Police as well as the Ansonia Police Departments in this related to this case?
Yes,
And did you generate some reports with regards to your findings?
I did, yes.
Now, what examination did you perform in this particular case?
So in general, all of the items that were examined were the typical course of action is to do a visual examination on every item and start a documentation, which could include handwritten notes and photography. And then depending on the item itself, the circumstances of the case, or any particular request made forward by the submitting agency, then tests can either be done to determine if there's a potential body fluid, other samples could be collected from this item if there are other areas of interest on it, and then DNA samples are prepared and forwarded on for further testing.
And with regards to the protocols you mentioned earlier, did you follow those protocols in this particular case?
All examinations that were done were following laboratory protocols, yes.
Now, when you get an item into evidence, an item to examine, that has blood-like substance on it. What examinations do you do with regards to that?
So if there's something that we observe that looks like blood on it, there's a test that we can run to determine if blood might be present on that item.
Is there anything else that you normally do in your examination after you test for blood-like substances?
We could collect other types of samples from an item that might, what we refer to items or areas of interest on an item that might be something other than a body fluid. And then any samples that we get that yield a positive result or other samples we collect, we can forward for DNA testing.
Would you referencing like a touch DNA? Is that what you're referencing?
At the time that this case was examined, we did refer to it as touch DNA, yes.
Now, would items normally be examined for latent prints?
It depends on the request of the submitting agency.
And if you were to examine an item for latent prints, would that be done before or after you're swabbing for the blood-like substance?
The blood-like substance we will typically get first, as long as we can consult with any latent print examiners to see if a collection of a blood-like stain might interfere with their examination. If it does not, we prefer to collect any blood-like substance first before it gets forwarded to them for their examination.
You have a moment with counsel, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to show the witness states exhibits 107, 108, 109, and 110, which I believe there's no objection from counsel as becoming a full exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, give me one moment, Attorney Dursa.
Yes.
So court is going to note for the record, no objection, and will accept into evidence states 107, 108, 109, and 110 as full.
Thank you, Your
You
Honor.
may proceed, thank you.
Showing you what's been marked as states exhibit 107. It's been marked as a full exhibit. Can you see states 107 there?
Yes.
Do you recognize 107?
I was not actually the person who examined this particular item, but I can recognize that it has a laboratory-generated barcode on the packaging.
Okay, now is this the laboratory barcode that you referred to in the chain of custody that you were explaining to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to this particular item, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 108. With regards to 108, is this the contractor bag that would have been included within States 107, which is a contractor bag that was examined by the lab?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to Exhibit 109, I want to direct your attention to Submission 4-1. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if any, examination was done on Submission 4-1, which is depicted in States 109?
So the submission was actually 4. The contractor bag itself is considered to be submission 4. Number 4-1 was actually a reddish-brown stain that was collected and tested by the examiner who conducted this exam.
And were you able to determine what, if any, result was yielded as a result of that examination?
Yes. The examiner performed a presumptive test for blood, which basically indicates to us the possible presence of blood, and she did receive a positive result with this test.
In Submission 4-2, which is on the upper, I guess, middle of the Exhibit 109, circled to the left side where it says BLS 4-2, can you please tell us what test, if any, was run on that particular portion of this particular piece of evidence?
Yep, the same test, our presumptive test for blood, which with this particular sample, which was 4-2, yielded a positive result also.
And once those tests are performed, are those results kind of shipped off to DNA?
Typically, yes, or in this particular case, yes.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 110. Now, first of all, 110 looks like it's very different from State's 108. Can you explain why it's different?
Yes, the picture that is up there now would be after the item has gone through latent print examination, and they apply their techniques which do add layers of different types of residues to the item.
So the item was examined after the blood-like substance or presumptive presence for blood was tested for. It was sent over to Latent Prints. Latent Prints performs their examination of the item for any prints, and then it's sent back for re-examination for touch DNA?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And directing your attention to submission 4-5, can you see that up there?
Yes.
So what would be the upper portion of State's 110, excuse me, looks like what would be the handles of the trash bag there?
Yes.
Do you can you tell us what if any examination was performed on those areas of State's 110?
So the examiner who performed the examination of this item would have decided that that was an area of interest on an item and would have swabbed those areas that are circled and forwarded that sample on for DNA testing.
So for touch DNA?
Correct, yes.
Your Honor, the next items that I will be referring to, and there's no objection from counsel, is items 111 or 111 through 117. There's been no objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you for making the record. All right, so court will accept into evidence states 111 through 117 as full.
Mr. Nelson, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 111. It's marked as a full exhibit. You recognize 111?
Yes.
And 111 again has a barcode from the lab in relation to this case,
Yes.
and it's referred to as submission number 16.
Yes.
These are Nike sneakers, size 8. And who performed the examination with regards to submission number 16?
It was me.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to States 112. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury with regards to submission number 16-1, what examination was performed on this particular piece of evidence and why?
So any blood-like substance was looked for on this particular item, and due to the nature of the item, some touch-type samples were collected as well. Item 16-1-1 is a touch-type area that was collected from the back or heel area of the shoe. And then in this particular picture, there was a blood-like stain that was tested and collected as item number 16-1-3.
And again, States 113, is this showing the area of 16-1-1 that you examined on this particular piece of evidence?
Yes.
And what examination did you actually perform on 16-1-1?
So 16-1-1 is just a sample that was collected from the back heel area of the shoe.
And with regards to 16-1-2, which is State's Exhibit 114, what examination did you perform with regards to the inside of that shoe?
Again, it was just another a swabbing or a sample that was collected from the interior areas of the shoe to, with the potential of identifying in DNA at least who may have worn that shoe.
So maybe you're looking for touch DNA in addition to maybe blood-like substances? Or?
Not really blood-like substance for this. Blood-like substance would be avoided for these types of collections, but this is a sample we would refer to as wearer, to an attempt to identify who may have been wearing the shoe.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit. So 16-1-3, which is referred to here. It's in the top portion of the State's Exhibit 112, circled and labeled 16-1-3. And I'm going to show you State's 115. That's a up-close version of that same area.
It is, yes.
And what was examined in relation to this area of the shoe?
So there was just an area that appeared to be blood-like. So I performed the presumptive test for blood, which yielded a positive result, and therefore I did collect that area of the shoe and designated it as 16-1-3.
So when we're referring to the this particular shoe, this is the right sneaker, the left sneaker, excuse
Left.
me. So when we're referring to the left sneaker, it's 16-1. If we refer to the right sneaker, it's 16-2.
Correct.
And again, when you got those results with regards to your presumptive tests, you sent those over to DNA?
Those, yes. The ones from that particular shoe, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 116. Again, can you tell us what was examined? This is submission 16-2. This would be the right sneaker.
Yep, it is the right sneaker. The same type of examination was conducted on this particular item. It was visually examined to determine whether or not there was any blood-like substances present, and as well as to collect those other areas of interest or touch, as you can see in the photo there as well.
And with regards to 16-2-1, this back area here of the shoe depicted in State's Exhibit 116, circled. It's the top picture is big circle on the rear part of the shoe, and the bottom part of the picture is the circle on the rear part of the shoe. What, if anything, did you swab there?
I did swab the back heel area, yes.
For touch DNA?
Correct.
I'm going to show you State's 117, which depicts the sole portion of that same shoe, correct?
Yes.
And it says 16-2-2. What examination did you perform with relation to that area of that shoe?
I visualized that it was blood-like substance, so I again performed the same blood test that I have been mentioning throughout, yielded a positive result, and then collected that sample.
I'm going to draw your attention to submission 17, which Green Hanes T-shirt. Again, the markings that we're talking about before.
Attorney Durso, before you hone in
Oh, I'm
on that,
sorry.
if you could just give us the state's exhibit number.
118, 119, 120, and 120. 118.
So we're referring to 118 right now.
It's 118, 119, 120, 120, 21, 22.
Okay.
Somebody's missing.
And just as you published it, if you could just let
I
us know
apologize.
which one. It's okay.
So this is 118.
So Attorney Gavin, I just want to get you, I got the fact that you had no objection to 117 through 117. Have you seen 118, 119?
If I could,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Thanks. I have no objection to any of those exhibits from 118 to 122, Your Honor.
Okay, so
Thank you.
thank you. With no objection, court will accept into evidence as full 118 through 122. You now may publish, Attorney Durso. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Now, 118, again, the same barcode would be fixed to the evidence prior to examining it?
Yes.
And this is submission 17, which is a green Hanes t-shirt. Did you examine this?
I did, yes.
And in relation to the green Hanes t-shirt, the areas of interest that I want to talk about, 17 dash, well, let me ask you this. States Exhibit 119. So there's submission areas on this particular piece of evidence, 17-2, 17-6, 17-1. Can you tell us what those areas were examined for?
Sure. Just the same like with the other items I was mentioning. Overall, I'm going to be looking for any blood-like substance. 17-1 was a clump of hair-like fibers that were adherent to the shirt. 17-2 was what I described as a bone-type fragment. And 17-6 was a blood-like stain that I tested, which yielded a positive result with a presumptive test for blood.
Showing you States Exhibit 120. With regards to 120, did you examine submission number 17-4? And if so, what examination was performed and what were the results?
Sure. 17-4 was actually a sample I collected from the interior back left sleeve of the shirt. It was what we would refer to as a wearer-type DNA sample. Normally, we would collect a sample like this from around the interior collar, but because of the blood-like staining around that area, it was not possible. So that was the intention of the collection of that particular sample.
And just so we all know what you're talking about, you're referring to the top right area of this particular exhibit where it says 17-4 and it's circled?
Yes.
In 17-5, can you tell us what was examined here? It's a little circle at the bottom of the t-shirt.
Yep, it was another stain that had a blood-like appearance in which I performed a presumptive blood test for, which yielded a positive result.
This would be an up-close picture of what you're talking about.
Yes.
And finally, 17-6, this is Exhibit 122. What was 17-6 again?
It was also a stain with a blood-like appearance that tested positive with our presumptive blood test, and it was collected as well.
Your Honor, I've had a chance to look at exhibits 123 through 131, and I have no objection to those being introduced.
Okay, court. Thank you, Attorney Gavin. The court will go ahead and accept into evidence as full exhibits. States 123 through 131, no objection. Thank you.
Ms. Nelson, I want to direct your attention to submission number 18. Can you see submission 18?
Yes.
So again, barcode with the corresponding submission number affixed to the outside of the packaging prior to your examination?
Yes.
And this particular piece of evidence, do you recall what it was?
Yes, it was a puzzle and several books.
Showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 124. Can you tell us what we're looking at in Exhibits 124 here?
So this is the entire contents of submission 18 as I received it. The top photo is what I would refer to as the top surface of all the items, and then the bottom photo is the opposite, or bottom surface.
So in particular, when you took these items out of the bag and you started to examine them, the whole bag is submission 18, but how did you go about separating all of this into different, I guess, submission items?
So the submission itself is 18. Anything that was in it, I designated its own item number. So the items were numbered 18-1 through 18-5.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 125. Can you see 125?
Yes.
Now, this is submission 18-1-1. Well, for all intents and purposes, we're referring to the wood puzzle?
This is the wood puzzle, yes.
Okay, and in regards to this particular item, I want to direct your attention to 18-1-1, 18-1-2. Did you perform any tests on those two areas of this particular exhibit?
I did. I did perform the presumptive blood test on both of those stains, and both yielded positive results.
When you say both those stains, you're referring to the stains that are circled here, and there's a line that goes connecting it to 18-1-1 and 18-1-2?
Yes, that's correct.
And what were the results of those examinations?
They were presumptively positive for the presence of blood.
Now, I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 126. (18-1-3). Did you perform any type of testing on 18-1-3?
18-1-3 there was no testing to be performed. It was just what we would refer to as a touch collection sample.
Okay. And I noticed that in this particular picture, it looks like there's gray swiping on this particular piece of evidence. Can you tell us what that is?
This item had undergone latent print examination prior to my collection of sample 18-1-3, so the dark residue on there was likely from their examination.
And you, again, you would not have performed a touch DNA analysis prior to latent prints?
No.
And why is that?
If I were to swab or collect a sample like this, it could destroy any potential latent prints that might be present on that item.
State's Exhibit 127. (18-2-1). Did you perform any examination on this particular piece of evidence there?
Yep, and 18-2-1 was visualized as a possible blood stain. Our presumptive blood test was performed on this stain, which yielded a positive result.
And do you know if this particular piece of evidence was sent to latent prints prior to any other further testing?
It was.
Okay. Showing you States 128. Directing your attention to 18-2-2. Well, first out, let me ask you this. The book looks a little different now, right?
Yes,
Because it came back from latent prints?
that's correct.
18-2-2, is this the area that you examined after latent prints?
Yes, 18-2 was the sample that I collected after latent print examination was conducted.
Showing you States 129. This is 18-3, which would be referred to as the bath time book.
Yes.
And did you perform any analysis or examination, on this particular piece of evidence?
Yes, I did observe blood-like staining on this particular item. Item 18 or sample 18-3-1 was collected from a portion of this blood-like staining, was tested with our presumptive test for blood, which yielded a positive result.
And when you say 18.3-1, you're referring to this area here. My finger's on the top picture of states 129, the area on the left side of the book, towards the bottom of the page, just above the ruler where it's blue, looks like a blue circle of a blood-like substance. Is that 18.3-1 there?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to 18.3-2, the outer portions of the book on top here, the right side of the page, and on the bottom of the book here, or the bottom picture of the book, on the side of the book here, what examination was performed with regards to 18.3-2?
So similar to the other two items that were received in this submission, a touch type sample was collected from any unstained areas of that particular item.
And again, all of those areas that were examined were sent over to DNA.
Yes.
Showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 130. Did you perform any examination on this particular submission 18-4?
Yes.
Can you tell us what examination you performed?
Sure. So the book was also examined for the presence of potential blood-like stains. I did identify one area which I did test, which yielded a positive result with our presumptive test for blood. And then a touch type sample was collected from all the unstained areas as 18-4-2.
And the area that you referred to as presumptive positive for blood, that would have been 18-4-1?
That's correct, yes.
And 18-4-2 is the area for touch DNA?
Yes.
Okay. 131, submission number 18-5, which is what's a rainbow book. Again, did you perform any presumptive blood tests on this submission?
I did, yes.
And what area did you perform that blood test?
I did in two locations, actually. One of them I refer to as a faint reddish-brown stain, which did yield a positive result, and I collected that sample as 18-5-1. And there was a second area that I described as being reddish, which actually yielded a negative result for our presumptive test for blood, and I did not collect that area.
Directing your attention to 18-5-2, was that examined for blood or touch DNA?
That would be a touch type sample.
Your Honor, the state just showed me exhibits 132 through 135, and I have no objection to those being introduced as a full exhibit.
Thank you, Attorney Gavin. All right, the court will go ahead and accept into evidence states 132 through 135 as full.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to direct your attention to submission number 19.
Is that exhibit 132?
I'm sorry, this is 132. Yeah.
Thank you.
Submission number 19, which is identified as submission number 19. Again, the barcode associated with this particular piece of evidence.
Yes, I recognize that, yes.
And did you perform any examinations in regards to this particular piece of evidence?
I did, yes.
And what kind of examinations did you perform in relation to this?
Similar to the other items mentioned in the case, any blood-like substances were, not all blood-like substances that were visualized were tested, but the item was visualized for this particular type of substance and tested in certain areas, as well as touch, or actually a wearer type sample was actually also collected from it.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 133. Can you see that?
Yes.
It says 19-1, so this is submission 19-1 is the area of the collar of the shirt.
That's a sample that I collected from that particular area on the item.
What sample did you collect? What was it?
It was what we would refer to as a wearer type sample.
Exhibit 134. This would be submission 19-2. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if any, examination you performed on this area of the exhibit?
So 19-2 was visualized as a potential blood stain that might have potentially been blood. I did conduct a presumptive test for blood on it, which yielded a positive result. But also within that stain, there was what we refer to as tissue-like material that was collected with the sample as well.
Exhibit 135. Directing your attention in 19-3, what examination was performed in this area of this piece of evidence?
I found a stain that could potentially have been blood. I did the laboratory's presumptive test for blood on this particular stain, yielded a positive result, and then did collect that stain.
Does Your Honor want to take a break now?
How many do you have there? That's right. Why don't we do that? We can do that. It's fine. All right, so it is 5 minutes to 1. Court is going to stand in lunch recess, and I will remind the jurors, please to pay attention to your obligations under your oath, and we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
All action, court's in recess.
I was anticipating an objection relative
Yes.
to perhaps some of the exhibits because you were is chosen by way
see submission 20-1, 20-2, 20-2, and 20-4. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what examination was performed in those areas?
Sure. On this particular item, as with the previous items, I examined the item for the potential visual examination to see if there was any stains that could potentially be blood, which I did test. In addition to collecting other samples from other areas of interest, which included what we at the time referred to as touch DNA, as well as wearer DNA. So sample 20-1 was what we refer to as a touch DNA sample, which was collected on all the unstained areas of the exterior of the shoe. 20-2 was a sample collected from the interior of the shoe, avoiding any unstained areas as well, which I did refer to as the wearer type sample. And 20-4 was a stain that had the appearance of blood, which I tested with a presumptive test for blood, which yielded positive results.
And just for clarification on this exhibit, that would be on the top picture of the shoe, on the, what would be the left toe area of the shoe?
Yes.
And with regards to State's Exhibit 138, did you perform an examination on submission 20-30?
Yep.
Or 20-3, excuse me.
Yep. 20-3 was a sample of a stain that had blood-like appearance to it that I also tested with the presumptive test for blood, which yielded positive result.
And again, once you perform these examinations, you sent your swabbings off to DNA?
I did. Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 139. This would be submission number 26. Again, barcode associated with the lab.
Yes.
And with regards to this piece of evidence, showing you Exhibit 140, this piece of evidence referred to by the lab exhibit, this is submission number 26. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what examinations, if any, were performed in relation to this exhibit?
So this particular submission contained a pair of shoes or sneakers. I was not the original examiner of this particular item, but after reviewing the case information and the notes that were taken by this examiner and looking through her photographs, I was able to surmise that there was a pair of shoes here in which she did collect some samples from, some of which were tested, some of which included testing of stains that had a blood-like appearance with our presumptive test for blood. Yeah.
Now, I want to direct your attention to (26-1), which refers to tissue-like material.
Yes.
What examination was performed on that tissue-like material?
So that tissue-like material was eventually subitemized as 26-1-1 as it was collected, and it was tested with the presumptive test for blood, which yielded a positive result.
And again, when we're referring to a pair of sneakers here, it's 26-1, 26-2 would be the left sneaker or the right sneaker?
Correct.
And with regards to what looks like the 26-1 I think this is just 26-1. Do you know what examination was performed on that particular area of the sneaker?
In that particular area, the presumptive test for blood was conducted, and the examiner yielded a positive result.
There was also 26-1-2. Is that the blood sample taken from the tissue-like material?
The tissue-like material is 26-1-1.
And can you tell us about 26-1-2 26-1-2.
That was collected from the, I believe, the top toe area of the front of the shoe. It might be shown on a different photograph. I'm not sure.
Let me show you states 141. Okay. I apologize. 141. Pointing to the. Okay, 26-2-1. Is that the area we're referring to?
It is not. That's actually from the second sneaker. But on the right sneaker, which is what is displayed here, there was a stain that had a blood-like appearance that the examiner tested with the presumptive test for blood, which yielded a positive result.
So with regards to this particular piece of this evidence, 141, 26-2-1, this is the right sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And with regards to this particular submission, what examination was performed and what results were yielded, if any?
On 26-2-1,
Yes.
it was positive for the presumptive test for blood.
Show you what's marked as States Exhibit 142. This would be referred to as submission number 35. Did you perform an examination on submission number 35?
I did, yes.
And submission number 35 is what?
It contained a white diaper pail.
And with regards to States 143, is this the white diaper pail that you're referring to?
Yes, that does look like it, but that's not a photograph that I took.
But do you see the lab number affixed to the packaging?
I do, yes.
So in regards to this particular piece of evidence, again, another picture of States 144. Can you tell us about this picture, 144? Why was this picture taken?
This picture was taken to show the overall appearance of the item as I received it out of the package.
And States 145. Did you perform any testing for blood-like substance on this submission? I see submission 35-1. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. Submission 35, which itself is the diaper pail, did contain or have blood-like staining on it. I did perform the presumptive test for blood on the particular stain that's displayed in the photo, and it was designated later as 35-1, which is the sample that I collected for DNA testing.
Now, were there any other substances taken off of this submission?
There were other samples that were collected, yes.
Do you know whether or not, in addition to your blood testing on this submission, was it tested for any latent prints?
It was.
I'm going to show you what's been marked in States Exhibit 147. Would this be a picture of the same piece of evidence taken after it was submitted for latent prints?
Yes.
Okay. And in relation to submission 35-3, can you tell us, did you perform an examination on 35-3 prior to it going to latent prints?
Prior, no. I did an overall examination on the item to determine whether or not potential blood stains could be collected. However, we try to limit how much we collect from an item before it goes through latent prints, just because we don't want to interfere with the exam that they might be conducting on the item.
So in fact, in this particular piece of evidence, you collected some evidentiary items with regards to blood-like substances after the fact?
That's correct.
Okay. And 35-3, did you perform a blood-like substance test on, a presumptive test on 35-3?
I did,
And,
yes.
did it yield, what did it yield?
You yielded a positive result for the potential presence of blood, and it was an area. The reason why I honed in on this particular area was because it was an area that was specifically identified by the latent print unit as potentially having some friction-ridge detail, which I can't talk in lengths about. But it was an item or an area that they pointed out to me specifically as having significance to them, so I ended up collecting it myself.
And I want to direct your attention to State Exhibit 146. Submission 35-4, which is on the top picture of 35-4 on the right side would be the bottom of the diaper pail, and 35-5 would be the overall, I guess, side view of the diaper pail. Can you tell us, did you perform any examinations as it relates to those two areas of that piece of evidence?
Yes, those both 35-4 and 35-5 were areas that I collected that could potentially be used as a touch sample. 35-4 from the bottom and 35-5 from the main body of the item in an attempt to avoid any areas that appeared to be stained.
And when you were done with this particular piece of evidence, what did you do with all of your swabbings and examination items after you were done?
So any of the samples I collected were put into sterile labeled tubes that were then transferred to a secure freezer storage location so that the person who is doing the DNA testing can retrieve it from there. The items themselves were placed back into the original packaging in which they were received. They were securely sealed, and they were brought to the laboratory's evidence receiving unit with the intention of those items eventually getting returned to the agency who submitted them.
When the lab receives evidence from an outside agency, the barcode is placed on each package by the lab?
Yes.
And will the lab receive any type of evidence from an outside agency if the evidence is not properly sealed?
Typically not. Typically, our evidence receiving unit will not allow evidence in if there is a question of the integrity of the packaging.
That's all I have. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Attorney Durso, thank you. Attorney Gavin, any cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Ms. Nelson.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm okay, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for being here with us.
Of course.
I'm just going to run through some stuff with you.
Sure.
Okay. We met earlier today.
We did.
Correct? All right, great. So you're a forensic science examiner too, correct?
Yes.
All right, terrific. And I just want to run through the protocol, what happens with the evidence. It comes into the lab from various agencies, correct?
Correct.
And that could be things like local law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
The state police?
Correct.
Or other agencies? correct?
Absolutely. Yes.
So the first thing I want to establish with you is where the evidence is collected, how it's collected, the manner in which it's collected. That has nothing to do with the Division of Scientific Services. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right? So stuff comes in for testing purposes, but you're not involved in the integrity of how it was collected.
That's correct.
Terrific. Okay. And then, evidence is received by one department in the lab. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And for example, if something came in and the seal was broke or the evidence submission envelope was somehow tampered with, that would potentially be rejected by the lab, correct?
It could potentially be, yes.
Yeah, and it would be returned to the agency.
Yes, ideally, yes.
Okay, and then just so I understand, so evidence comes in, from example, this case from the Ansonia Police Department. It was submitted and received, and evidence can go to different departments within the Division of Scientific Services. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right? And your division, your department within the division is the biology department.
That's correct.
right? And you also testified about other departments like the DNA department, correct?
Yes.
And latent fingerprints,
Yes.
and there are other departments as well.
There are.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. So the biology department, you conduct, I think you said serological testing, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and serological testing is a determination of the items that are submitted if they have the potential to contain bodily fluids or other biological material, is that correct?
We really only test for the presence of body fluids, and we can collect samples which we may assume might have other biological materials such as skin cells, which we can't test for, but we can collect samples from for DNA testing.
Terrific. And all the departments work together, correct? DNA would work with biology, which would work with latent prints, for example?
We're pretty intertwined. Yeah.
Right. I know that there's separate departments and separate examinations are done within those departments, but you have no problem contacting a colleague in one of the other departments if you had a question.
Absolutely.
Sure. Okay, terrific. And now let's talk about biology and see if I understand this correctly. When an item is submitted, is there a visual examination that occurs?
Yes.
Okay, and just tell us, how do you do a visual examination?
So visual examination what we're basically looking for will depend on the circumstances of the case. So because in this particular instance, I knew that there was a person who may have been bleeding at the scene, I'll make sure that upon my visual examination, I'm looking for any stains that might be blood-like, which will then help direct me with the rest of my exam. The nature of that item might also help me determine what I'm going to do with that item. Some of the items you saw, samples were collected from other areas that were not deemed as blood-like, and knowing what the item is and where it may have been collected from and what it may have originated from may help me determine what type of samples to collect as I'm going forward.
And when you do a visual examination, you can do that under ambient light, for example. The normal lighting in the room is one way to go ahead and analyze things,
Yes.
correct?
Yep.
And then do you also use alternative light sources to go ahead and do an analysis?
We can, yes.
Tell us in your own words how that works.
So if there's evidence that we're looking for body fluids such as semen or saliva, which is not always visible with the naked eye, we do have the ability to put those items of evidence under an alternate light source to help visualize what we can't otherwise see without the aid of that light source.
So if you have enhanced lighting, it may assist you in your ability to analyze the submission.
Yes.
Okay, terrific. Now, you told us that you do a variety of tests, including blood tests. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you also test for things like spermatozoa?
We do.
Okay. And saliva?
We do.
And seminal fluid?
Yes.
Right? And urine?
Not anymore.
Why not?
It was a test that we weren't doing very often, so it was an executive decision in management that we were no longer going to provide those services.
Okay, all right. So the tests that are done, I take it that after the tests that are done, there are results that are generated,
Yes.
right? Okay, all right. And so the analyst goes ahead, observes, does a examination, and there are different results that can come as a consequence of the examination, correct?
Yes.
Sure. And what's a positive result?
A positive result would be an interpretation that a particular body fluid might be present there, and it usually is the result of a visual observation that I'm making with that test, which most often is like a color change reaction that I can deem something positive with.
Terrific. And what would a negative result be?
Oftentimes, to piggyback what I just said, if it's a color change reaction type of test, if no color change is observed, then I can call it a negative.
And how about an inconclusive result?
Inconclusive is somewhere in between. Oftentimes, we will call it inconclusive if we feel like the substrate in which the stain is tested on is interfering with the test and is not allowing us to give a fair and accurate result. We will call it inconclusive so that we're not one way or the other saying whether that particular body fluid was present or not.
Now, how about a failed test?
A failed test is actually a failure of the test itself. It doesn't really have much to do with the evidence. When we run controls prior to doing our testing, that will usually eliminate the the chance that that will happen. It can happen occasionally, but all the tests that we do are quality control tested before we use them to greatly decrease the chances of a failed test happening.
Do you ever have a submission that's not suitable for testing?
It has happened, yes.
And could you give us an example of that?
So, for example, if we have a heavily stained item that is heavily stained with what we perceive might be blood, but we want to test it for semen, sometimes because of that heavy staining of that blood there, it might mask any results that we might be trying to get with the semen testing that we're doing. So we might call it unsuitable and then go to a different test that may not have that blood-like staining be an issue for. That makes sense.
After the analyst goes ahead and does their analysis, can reports be generated in regard to their findings?
Yes.
Okay. Now, talk about just this case here, and I know you're very experienced. I understand that you've written a lot of reports. But just in this case, you recall authoring a report on December 5th, 2019.
I think it was the 6th.
Could
I refer? Yeah, if you don't mind. Just want to make sure.
I don't have any objection if you refer to that. Or I can show it to you if you like.
Let's see.
I have my copy here.
Goodness, yeah. This is so much
Let
paperwork.
me give you my copy.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Sorry.
The date is not too important.
Oh, okay, I just want to make sure that I had it straight.
We want to be accurate.
Okay. December 10th is actually the date of the report. Yeah,
Okay, great. And there were 2 reports that you issued.
I did, yes.
And I'm going to show you the second report.
Okay. That was January 6th of 2020.
Terrific.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the blood tests that were done in this case on the items that were submitted. And we just saw about 100 pictures that we went through, and I'm not going to go through all of those pictures with you. But I thought I heard you testify that the tests that were done on the BLS, blood-like stains, okay, was a presumptive test.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and that's that Kastle-Meyer test, correct?
It is.
Okay, so let's just see if we can go through slowly here. The Kastle-Meyer presumptive test has some severe limitations to it too, doesn't it?
It does have a couple, yes.
Yeah, okay. So the first thing that the Kastle-Meyer test does, it can't tell the difference between human blood or animal blood. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, and sometimes what happens with the Kastle-Meyer test is that there can be false positives from oxidizing agents. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Could you explain that? I can. Could you explain to the jury what a false positive is?
So basically, it would be that the test would give a positive result for something other than blood. And there are substances, as was mentioned, that can oxidize or cause the same reaction in the test as blood would if it were present.
Okay. So all of the testing that you did in this case, all of those items that were introduced here, you can't tell us where the origin of any of those items were. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You don't know where any of these blood stains came from what person it came from,
Correct.
right? You can't identify on a shoe or a book or a piece of cloth or a piece of clothing whether it came from any unique individual,
I cannot.
right? It's just the presumptive test that the reagent action occurs, and you say there's a presumption, a positive result to that presumptive test.
That's correct.
Okay. One of the submissions were the puzzles and the books, okay? And I can get the photo if you want. But it seemed like they were all packaged together. And what I want to ask you is, when you received the submissions, so would every one of those books that we saw, would they have been packaged individually, or would it have been in a collective evidence submission?
In this particular case, they were all commingling within the package that was received.
Okay, so let's just talk about that for a second. Can there be situations where there are cross-contamination and transfer when items are co-mingled?
Yeah, I mean, contamination is a strong word. However, I can't say anything about contamination as that's more of a DNA, something that they could explain because I can't detect contamination, but there could be cross, I guess, transfer, rubbing off of one item to another with the blood or blood-like substance, yes.
So if the items are bundled together, and I'm going to remove contamination because you don't seem comfortable with that word, but I'm going to use the word transfer. Is that clear?
That's fine, yes.
Okay, so if I have a book over here and a puzzle over here, and the puzzle has blood on it, and we put it together with the book, there can be transfer from the puzzle onto the book, and by the time the analyst gets it, you don't know where it came from,
That's true.
right? So the only thing you could do is observe and analyze what's in front of you, not knowing the source or how it was transferred to the lab for analysis.
That's true, yes.
I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Attorney Jerson?
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. You may
Thank
step
you.
down.
Thank you.
Please watch your step. All right, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to take our afternoon recess now. And so it's about 2:35. So I do anticipate that this break for the jury will be a little bit longer than our usual 15 minutes. The clerk will keep you informed. So I will go ahead and take that recess, and I'd ask counsel to confer with the court after the 15 minutes. Thank you. All right, court stands in recess.
All rise, court's in recess.
Good afternoon, thank you. Good afternoon. All right, so Madam Clerk, if you'd bring our jury back in. Thank you. All right, counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jury.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor. Thank you.
14, Your Honor, thank you.
Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We are going to be adjourning early today, so before I adjourn for the day, I am going to remind you of your rules of juror conduct that I described to you at the beginning of the trial and the instruction that I continue to give you. So please continue to abide by those instructions, and we will see you back here tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Thank you so much. Court stands adjourned.
All rise, court adjourned.